Alright, it looks like we've got 4. Let's see what we get. Gawa. We send one back. A machine over muscle. Mechanical board. And we've got Crimean Militant in the game. Nordic Innovative. Rusviet Engineering. Not terrible. Alright. Let's see what we can do with this mechanical board. Try to make it work. At least we go second. Nice. Well, let's see here. I think we're gonna rush this first enlist. Try to get our 2 power, and then get to 5 workers, and start making the other enlists. So we're gonna give up machine over muscle straight from the get-go. Gonna go for send one back. Turn again. Mia's probably gonna trade for 2 food and get their first enlist. Okay, so let's get the first enlist here. Make it our combat card enlist and get some power. So what we're gonna do after this, we're gonna move this village and move the character forward. And then we're gonna produce, get to 5 workers. Is the video freezing up on you guys? I'm going to change the setting real quick. It'll be right back on. Okay, thanks for sticking around. I think it's going to be better now. Okay. Can't lose this time, so we're going to go ahead and get an upgrade. Now we've got the metal, and it's enough metal to make a mech. Okay, so okay, let's check in on everybody. Coding overload. Okay, I'm going to change the settings again. This was working earlier, and now it's just not working. Okay. Start with Ronan. Okay, I'm going to try this again. All right, going back to the way I had it last night, where it was working pretty well. Downloaded the newer version of OBS and thought that it might run smoother. Have some higher quality picture, but just going to elect for the way that's going to keep it running the right way. Okay, Rusty had Foundations of the Empire. Alright, we're going to take the 2 metal, or the 4 metal. Seems like a no-brainer there. Replace a trap token. We don't have Sax in the game. The only person out and about is Rusviet. They have 2 combat cards and 2 power, so the loss of combat cards at this point would hurt him more than power, so we're going to drop the combat card trap right there. And that's our turn. So now we've got to think about if it's worth it to spend a turn upgrading our bolster. Because we have 4 metal. And we're going to need 6 metal for the mechs, but we're going to get at least 2 metal from this worker right here. So we really have enough. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to use the turn to upgrade. We're going to upgrade our bolster, and we're going to upgrade our enlist right here. And what that's going to let us do... Well, no, it's not, because we already have an enlist. I was thinking after producing a few times here, and only paying 3 each time. 1, 2... We'd be 1 food short. So what we'll do instead is we'll just upgrade as is. Maybe go ahead and make a mech this turn. We'll make the mech, get an enlist, and make the mech. We'll get an enlist, and work on getting our mechs and our enlist out. Once we've produced twice and gotten to 6 metal, we'll move, get this worker down here, and then we'll work on getting the worker star. So we'll get to worker star, mech star, and enlist star. Hey Resand, I thought I'd made the stream even better tonight, but it looked pretty bad actually. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and get some more power. And we're gonna get... Let's get Shinobi. I know, man, I get Tagawa all the time, although when after this game I'll show you the factions I've been getting lately. I'm actually on a 7-game win streak right now that includes like 5 being Crimea 4 times and Rusty at once. I got Crimea 3 times in a row last night. 2 times in a row is innovative. And I'm something like 5-0 with Crimea innovative. So that went well. One game was 14 rounds, one was 16 rounds. But yeah, Tagawa loves me a lot. And I'm substantially behind this game. I've been trying to fix the technical difficulties while trying to come up with a way to play. But I kind of got my engine going now. So things should ramp up a little bit here in a second. We got Crimea Militant in the game, so was there ever really any hope? Combo should be banned, to be honest. It just doesn't really lose that often. At all. Got really good combat cards. The stream looked better. I know it was locking up pretty badly. So Rustfeed's playing a little differently. Kind of spreading out everywhere. Probably going to get Toka next. We're looking at these workers up here. Yeah, we have the mechanical mat, which I don't really like for Tagawa, to be honest. We'll get Toka next turn. We're going to start working our way up and maybe bump these workers once we get 7+ power, because we have send one back as a warning. Force an opponent's worker to retreat and still have at least 7 power. So we could get potentially get an encounter and get an objective star all in one blow, essentially. Crimea's already got their enlist, their objective, and their worker star. Turn 11. They got 6 power too, which isn't bad. What's their combat card situation? They only have 2 combat cards, but we're going to be feeding them 2 more to get our enlists. Stream is fine. That's good, man. I'm going to have to play around a little bit more with the new OBS, I guess, if I'm going to get it to work. I think it's not having a time delay on it. It might have been bad. Well, never mind. I guess we're not going to go for that encounter. Good grief. Just look at that. 20 coins, round 12. It's just so fast. Rusviet is playing very oddly. All right. At least now we're getting 3 coins for the max. For me, it's going to make 2 more. Rusviet's going to make 2 more. It'll give us some coin, but once we get to 3 stars, we're going to have to start spreading out. I mean, I don't understand why he'd go there instead of there. I mean, I guess I can't attack him if he goes there, but it's not like I just have a ton of power. And maybe he doesn't know this, but Rusviet can go right through this village if he's got his river walk. Rusviet didn't get his river walk. Okay, so that may explain why Crimea is doing that. $25 coins. There's just no shame in losing to Crimea Militant. There just isn't. Nordic's got innovative. So with innovative, industrial, and patriotic, you've got to build mechs. I've seen these Nordic no mech strategies. Anytime you have mech underneath produce, like you do with the innovative board and the industrial board, you have to. Because to have an effective strategy, a certain percentage of your actions have to have bottom row actions. And if you have more than 4 or 5, if you have more than 5 actions that don't have bottom row actions accompanying them, your build, your strategy just isn't that efficient. So anytime produce is over something, it's really hard with Nordic to have a no-mech strategy because you have to produce a lot with a no-mech strategy because it's based on getting all these resources constantly. And then you're just losing a bottom row action for every time you produce. Get this pop one, hope that Rusty is planning on building a couple buildings. Are we making any headway here? Not really, not yet. Pick up a mech star next round. We really need Rasvia to build 2 or 3 buildings. Because we're probably not going to. We're just not in any position to do anything about Crimea. And he's got a considerable amount of power. The one thing that might save us is he's on wood, so he might actually start building buildings. He may also get to 13 popularity, and in that case, I'm not sure it matters that much. But if we can get to 7 pop and start spreading out, we'll be in better shape. Actually had a Tagawa win not long ago against Rusty Patriotic with the innovative board. I ended the game on a 3-star turn. I had Sin 1 back, and I got a combat against Rusviet where I threw 0 power and got it because Rusviet was at 5 stars and I was ahead, so a 6 combat star would have ended it for Rusviet and he would have lost. But so we threw the battle, so I got a combat star, I got Sin 1 back, and then I got my 4th enlist. All 3 in 1 turn. It was fun. Alright, Crimea, let's see it produce. He's got 8 workers, so he's going to be fighting against himself if he starts building buildings, spending a popularity and getting 1 back. Let's see it produce Crimea. No, we're still moving. Oh, he's not building buildings, he's just spreading out. He has no metal. And it's not upgraded. So he's just going to move without a bottom row action. Kind of interesting. We're going to get our enlist star here. And then we're going to start spreading out a little bit. We can move 3 times, so I think what I'm going to do is move the character to here, probably drop a trap, move one of these workers here, and move the remaining 2 workers and the mech up here. And that way next time we can produce on 3 hexes, get to the worker star, and we'll already be on 4 hexes. Do something like that anyway. Nordic's got to be wondering what Crimea is doing up here. I mean, I'm wondering. He's blocked him off. Nordic Crimea can't get out of there without losing some popularity. We have combat cards aplenty. In case you're curious, we have 3 5s, 2 4s, 4 3s, and 3 2s. Okay, there's the metal. I don't know why he didn't do that last turn. Maybe he traded. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, we just hit, Rusvia built a building. We just hit 7 popularity. So we're at 35 and we can actually get some points now from spreading out. People like their popularity in this game. Okay, so we've spread out a little bit. We've cut the lead to 17 coins, which is still a lot, but it's a lot better than it was. Next turn we'll produce. Will give us another. We'll put our power below the 7 threshold we need for send 1 back. But it's not too bad because I'm not sure how good I feel about that objective right now anyway, unless Rusviet's going to build some more buildings. I wasn't paying attention. He's not actually on wood. I think he got that wood from an encounter. He's upgraded. He's gotten all the upgrades. So he really just can trade for a few wood, build a few more buildings. He's built 2 now. I guess he's going for the build star. We're up to 20 coin. Crimea's got 28. So Crimea really just needs combats. He has Scout. He has 2 combat cards. And he has 9 power. We gotta not give him a place to attack, like Rusviet just did there. I hope he moves some of these guys up with him. He's still trying to get his enlists in round 17. And Rusviet doesn't even have People's Army. This is probably game right here. I mean, can Crimea move? Crimea can't move this turn, so it's not game yet. But if Rusvia doesn't move next turn, Crimea just comes in right here. And right there. They can do a 2v1 and a 1v1. Rusvia just has 2 combat cards. Crimea attacks the first one. Goes 9 power and the highest okay, Rusvia's got 4 combat cards now, so it's going to be a little harder for Crimea to pull it off. Okay, we have 3 stars now. We're at 46. Crimea just keeps widening the gap, though. It'd be nice if Crimea was actually on the tunnels or somewhere we could reach them. Not that we can afford to bump workers at 7 popularity anyway. But we can add 3 more territories. So if we go there, Crimea can't get to us, so we don't really have to worry about our character right there. So this worker can eventually go here. We can put a mech on this lake. Yeah, we just have to add as much territory as quickly as we can. Okay, is Rusvia going to deny Crimea the combat? Is that what's going on here? We're going to get off this tunnel. Oh, that's interesting. Did he bring workers with him? Yeah, he did. So that's in list number 4 for Rusviet. He's on wood. We need him to build some extra buildings. We're not going to get to 13, but we could create enough space for us to try to send one back. Really tempting right there. Hmm. We're just 14 coin away right now. Crimea can attack Rusvia right there. So they're going to do. That's the only place they can attack Rusviet thus far, so got 2 more turns. So we're going to get one more opportunity to take the factory and add 2 more territories. Probably move a worker up here and a mech to the water. So that's what, 5 territories? 15 points. Get us to 70. What are we going to do in the interim? Maybe we're going to bolster. Get some power, give ourselves a chance to send one back. Nordic spreading out too. Everyone knows the game's about over. I think we're just all jockeying for second at this point. So I think we're going to move the character to the factory, move this mech and all these workers to the factory, and then move a worker down here. And actually block Crimea from the factory. They could still attack us. Can't win the fight though. And they won't try it if they're going to lose that much popularity. They can only, well, actually, I take that back. They can lose 4 popularity and still have tier 2. I got to be really careful where I put that guy, because if he's on a tunnel or this space, Crimea can hit me with 3 guys. He can get 3 guys to right here. He can only get 1 guy to the factory. It's the only hope we really have in this game, is just to deny Crimea combat long enough to spread out and catch them. I mean, we've closed the gap. We're within 13 now. I mean, they can bring one of these guys back here and bump that worker, no problem. and then hit the factory with 1 mech. They can't hit it with 2. They can hit Rustviet there. Rustviet still doesn't have people's arming, which is downright terrifying. Okay, Rustviet has 4 combat cards, so Crimea is going to try their luck at splitting Rustviet's attention 2 different ways. So hopefully Rustviet's smart enough to do the math on this and realize that Crimea can only do 10 each time. Let's just hope Rustviet has good cards and they're not the ones Crimea pulls. Oh, Russ. Fell right into it, buddy. So we gotta hope Rustviet had a 5, Crimea didn't draw it, and Crimea didn't have a 5. What are you doing? We don't feel bad about our play there. Crimea didn't get a combat off of us. 90 minutes, good grief. Yeah, look at this. This was on stream last night, these 3. Got a game with 3 people in it about to end. Alright, we got 3. Now we got 4. Oh, where'd they go? No, come back, William Rowe 110. Alright, we got Tennyson 28. Alright, we're Crimea this time. We've been Crimea a lot lately. I don't love the objectives. Industrial. Okay. So what else do we have in the game here? Got Polani Engineering. I don't love that combination. We got Albion Militant, Nordic Mechanical. Control a territory with your character. Exactly one mech, exactly one worker, and at least 5 resources at the end of your turn. So how are we going to do that? I don't think we can do that. Control a territory with 9 or more resource tokens. Okay, so we could go 8 worker industrial. And just, no, because it's stockpile for the winter. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put 4 workers on food, and we're going to put 1 worker on metal with the character and with the mech. Okay? Doing that means we have a few of the conditions already met. We have the mech, we have the character, and the worker. It's going to work because what we'll do is we'll lose a turn doing it unless we get lucky and get metal out of the encounter, because on the first produce we'll get 4 food but only 1 metal, so we won't be able to make a mech on that first 5 worker produce. But that's only going to slow us down 1 turn. It might not slow us down at all if we get a good encounter. And what it means is that the next turn we can trade for 2 metal, we'll have 4 food for the enlist, and then we can turn around and use a combat card to deploy off the next produce. So it's going to work just fine. We don't really have a way to accumulate 5 resources there, though, without wasting more turns. So what we're really hoping is that we get one of those encounters where the second row says pay $2 for 4 metal or for food or something like that. I mean, we'll take what we can get, even if we don't need the resources. I mean, if it's wood, who cares? We'll take it. We probably won't even spend it on the bottom row action if we do. We just really need that objective star, because I mean, what's I mean, our bolster is over our upgrade. We're not on oil. Power star is a long way off. I don't know. I think we try our luck with Wolf Among the Sheep. Let's check in on our neighbors here. Mechanical Crimea has not gone for his village yet. We're just in round 2. Albion's moved and produced. Melania looks to be going for enlists early, at least keeping the option open to themselves. Maybe we can help ourselves out a little bit here. Okay, I think I have a way that we can increase our chances here. Go ahead and trade for 2 more metal. Next turn we'll produce again. We use 3 metal to build it back, so we'll have 1 metal left, and we'll have 2 food. That's 3 resources. We'll move to here, take the food and the remaining metal with us, so we'll already have 3 resources there. We'll have a mech and we'll have a character. So we don't even need a 4 resource second line. We can get away with something like trade 2 food, or get 2 food and a popularity. That would be fine. As long as it's not $2 in a popularity in that first line, I think we can get a wolf among the sheep. And then what we'll do is we will enlist rather than produce. We'll trade 2 more food and get our enlist, get our combat cards, and then when we produce, we'll get a second metal with the metal we have left over here. So we actually won't lose the turn. I'm pretty happy with that. So we have a decent shot of getting wolf among the sheep and not losing a turn doing it. Alright, Polania hasn't gone to their encounter yet, but they've amassed, I guess they traded last time to get that food. No, they produced. No, that could be right. They didn't produce twice in a row. They traded. Yeah, they traded for 2 food. That's what we thought. They're going to try to get 1 enlist going into this encounter. That's not a terrible option for him if he doesn't have his first enlist yet and he's not on food. 3 popularity is hard to pass up on that one, but getting 3 combat cards early for Albion could be really powerful. Yeah, he's going to go with the 3 popularity. I mean, I don't blame him. I just built a mech. Nordic doesn't have mechs. Polania's a ways away from even getting off his peninsula. What's Nordic have to show 4 rounds in? An upgrade? 2 upgrades? He's gonna do the whole... Yeah, he's gonna do the whole move next turn and build a mine on the metal. Okay guys, this is the moment of truth right here. Got 3 resources we're not going to spend. We need 2 more. We have to take this. We don't have 8 workers, so we can produce without popularity. It's not a problem. I mean, this would have been nice. This would have been nice. But we got to do it. Can't spend them either. Unfortunately. Yeah, we just have 4. It's okay, we'll spend them later. Getting that objective star is huge. That's why we were willing to alter our game plan so much to make it happen. Alright, this is often Polania's game here. And that's a terrible encounter for him. I mean, he could take the wood and build a mine next time, but he hasn't set himself up with any metal at all. He's nowhere close to getting a mech. And he's going to go to... Is he going to go to 6 workers? He's going to get the wood, the oil, and he's not going to take the 6 worker. He's got a lot of resources now. He can get a trade. He could get the worker star and upgrade his mech to where they only cost 3, and trade is over it, so he would just need a metal. See what he does. I bet this worker's coming up here. Yep. What do you guys think? Mill right there? I bet it's a mill right there. See, with mechanical, I would much rather use both upgrades on the deploy and then not build the mill. I think that's just better. All right. So now we've got our 2 cards. So next turn we produce, get 4 food, 1 metal, we'll be sitting on 2 metal. We spend a card and 2 metal to get another mech. Then we trade for 2 metal, spend the 4 food we have to get another enlisted combat card, wash, rinse, repeat, and go back and forth a few times. Okay, yeah, Polania went to 8 workers like we thought they might, and they used the oil, I'm guessing to, I didn't see it, but I'm guessing to upgrade the mech. No, they're going to try to get 2 buildings out of it. So I'm guessing they want a tunnel here and a mill here, so they each produce, they can get enough food for an enlist. It's good for us that they're so committed to getting their enlists, despite the fact that they're just worth 1 coin each. Alright. So what's our building bonus? Neighboring lakes. Probably pretty low on the score. Oh, that's actually much better than I thought we'd be. I mean, we only have 5 coin, but no one else has much coin either. Or territory. And we do have the objective star. That's part of the reason. What does Albion need here? Got the militant mat, and they're going for oil. This is an interesting choice for them. They're going to take the upgrade and go to 0 coin. We'll rip enlisting. Well, he got some coin back just then. Deploying. So Nordic's gonna build their first mech. Get some power. Albion's a really soft target right now. If for whatever reason they were to move up, we would attack them next turn. No question. Plani is not as soft of a target. And they have blocked the way. The way is shut. It was made by those who are bears, and the bears keep it. He's thinking about his enlist. Probably looking at the fact that Albion has none of them, but isn't getting any. We just have 2 left. Probably deciding between coin and... Nope, popularity. Okay, I get it. He's just at 2, though. See, at the beginning when I'm Polani, I like to trade for metal, move, trade for metal, move. The engineering, and I mean with this mat, that will actually give you a mech, you know, which is nice. So since you really just need the 1 move, if you're going to go speed mech first, you could trade for 2 metal, produce, trade for 2 metal, get the speed mech, and then move all the way to the village. And instead of just wasting a move, you'll have actually gotten a food and a wood. We gotta not forget to use a card here, because we need to have 2 metal here. We're gonna almost run out of metal, but we won't. Oh no, the metal's coming from the trade, of course. So we're about to get a 3rd card and 2 metal. Then we'll produce 1 more time, and we can get 2 more resources of whatever we want. So we could get 2 more wood and just build random buildings. The last 2 times we move. Okay, here's the part where we gotta think, because what you'd like to do for the industrial mat is what you'd like to do on the industrial mat is have your last produce to build a mech You'd also like to have 3 workers on a village. We only need 3 more metal. We're going to go ahead and trade for that metal. And I think this is going to work out. So what we're going to do next turn is we're going to move. And we have 2 movements. We're going to go ahead and build a building while we're at it. Oh, and that's going to make our lives easy. Because what we do, we don't have to get too creative. We just put a mill right here, I guess. So we already have enough metal. So what do we need? We need 2 more food, right? So because we trade for 2 food, and we just need 2 more for our last enlist. So we use 1 movement to take 3 workers from here to here, and move the character there, get the encounter. Use the wood to build a mill right here. It's adjacent to 1 lake. That's a nice little bonus. And the next time, we produce on all 3 of these spots, get our worker star, get our 4th mech, so 2 stars in 1 turn. And then it gives us 2 food that we turn around the next turn and get our 4th star. So that's what? 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns to get 3 stars. See what the score looks like. We're down by about 7, but we're going to shoot up pretty quickly here, pretty soon. Oh, who did? Albion got roll up your sleeves with the common man. That is such a hard objective to get. I don't know if he did this. Yeah, he did. So, roll up your sleeves with the common man. You've got to have no more than $2, 7 popularity, and something else. Whatever else it is not that hard. It's the $2 and 7 popularity that's tough. But if you get a lot of popularity early, like Albion did, and you just have like 1 coin too much or 2 coins too much, you can actually pass a coin, which is exactly what he did right here. Albion passed a coin to Nordic to get himself from 3 to 2. It's you go down here and you click on one of the factions. You can only do it on your turn. It's going to get the upgrade in 2 resources. Go down to 1 popularity. The mechanical board's not really a tier 2 popularity board for Nordic anyway. So what 2 resources is he going to get? So what do we hope to get off this encounter? Probably power. Probably like to see power. I love that that wood comes in handy in a way we couldn't have even anticipated. I guess we could have. Eventually. Would have been looking a long way ahead. That encounter ends up coming through for us in a big way. Because if it had just been 3 resources, well, we would have gotten something else and then not spent it. Probably gotten metal. So Nordic has workers on the farm, which is encouraging. But they only have 2 workers on the farm, which is not encouraging. So I don't know what's going on with that. But hopefully they'll start enlisting because we just have 3 combat cards. The upside is we don't really care about our popularity. The downside is we can't reach Albion. without... No, we just can't reach Albion. Period. So that's unfortunate. Oh, okay, what do we say? 3 workers to here. Can anybody river walk to metal right now? No. Oh, beautiful. That is just what we wanted to see, guys. And let's put the mill right here. Next turn we get 2 stars. Being able to build that mill basically gave us an encounter, because what we would have had to do if we couldn't have built the mill is use this mech to move a worker here so that we had 5 workers here, and then moved 3 workers up there. We could have done it that way because we don't need a worker right there, but we wouldn't have got that encounter. So being able to build that mill, essentially getting the 4 wood off the first encounter, not only gave us Wolf Among the Sheep, our objective, not only gave us a building and like 2 coins off the build bonus, but it also enabled us to get 4 power for $2. So that 4 wood has really been kind to us. Gotten a lot of mileage out of it. Now Albion's going to go for their enlist and their combat cards. Polonia really has missed an opportunity by not attacking Albion. I mean, they don't even have shield. It wouldn't even move them to 7 power to attack them. They still do it. They have 1 more turn to do it. Put it there. It's the most exposed place right now. It's got the most workers that we can spread out with. Next turn we can move to the factory. We can attack somebody. Or we can just go ahead and trade for 2 food to get an enlist. Ooh. Or we could move to the factory and attack somebody. Kind of like that option. How many combat cards does Polonia have? A lot. I have a lot of combat cards. We don't. I got the popularity card. We would rather this game end sooner rather than later. Okay, Polani's gotten to the factory. They get bumped back to their home base. They can turn around and get it enlist. They can turn around and get this enlist or this enlist. So because of that, they don't lose too much by being booted. We have more power than theirs. We can get a free combat card, and we can attack them with 2 units. which means it's a good time to bluff them. Because if we can get one combat card from bluffing, suddenly this game gets much easier. Like over in round 15 easier. Our move would be 13. We trade and get our enlist in 14, and then we just attack one of these guys in 15 to finish it. So who cares about their popularity besides Albion? Nobody. Well, Polani does, because they just got that factory card. But Nordic really doesn't dare attack us, because they've just got the one combat card. Oh, that's what we need to do. Huh. Okay. Okay, let's do some math here. Polani can put up 11. And Nordic can put up 7. Cost us 2. Yes! That's what we wanted. We are in good shape now. Oh, and we stole a 5, just in case anyone's wondering. We're actually going to get to build a building, just for fun, you know. He's going to save all his power? Really? I guess it doesn't do much good to throw 1, because if he turns around and fights us, we're just going to take it anyway. Let's go in the factory. What do we need? We have combat cards. We have a little bit of power. If for whatever reason we can't end the game, we're going to want coins. So at this point we can't get any more combats, so we'd rather spend our combat cards and our power, because we're going to get combat cards if we're attacked. And this is a nice little bonus. Let's put a mine right here. So in case we can't end next turn, we have a nice little way to spread workers. Let's see what the score is. 46 to 26. Who can move? Polania can't move. Albion can move, but he can't touch us. Nordic can move. The Nordic can't win a combat against us because he has no cards. So, Nordic's point total? 21. Not going to catch us. Polania still doesn't have Riverwalk. Nordic doesn't have Riverwalk. Polania doesn't have Submerge and can't move. Nordic can't get here. Yeah, no one can stop us at this point. If we'd have taken a worker up here, we could have built a building there and gotten the second lake. Would have been worth another 2 coin. But the reason I didn't take a worker there is if I'd lost that combat, I didn't want a mech and a worker to get booted back to here, because then if I moved to spread out, that's 2 units that can go right there, but then there's nothing else to do with them. I could put a worker there and then Wayfare, but that doesn't count as a territory. So if I just get a mech booted back, I would have the option, for instance, of moving a mech here and then moving a second worker like over here or something. Okay, I forgot about something. Nordic can attack us and can win a battle against us because of artillery. So is that going to make a difference? And the answer is no. It's not. Our star count's too high. So we're probably going to lose the factory right here. We could potentially lose 2 battles. Again, we would lose 6, 8 points, which would put us at 38. Nordic would gain 12. Is that right? 2 stars and 2 territories. So that's like 10, 31. He really should attack here and here, because he can artillery us down to 2 power and still have 10 for himself. Then he can use 7, which would leave him 4. So if he attacks us in 2 places, we will go all out on the first one. I think we'll throw 4 power into 3 card. And that's for 2 power and a 3 card, so that's 5. So if he throws 5 to beat us, he'll have 6 left over and we can throw 5. And we'll lose. But there's a good chance he's going to overspend and throw 7. So I'm going to split which would give him 4, meaning we win the second combat with our 5 card. So if I throw 4 power and a 3 combat card, or 2 power and a 3 combat card. Oh, he's going to lose one because of artillery though. So if I throw 2 power and a 3 combat card, that's 5. He has to choose to spend exactly 5. If he spends 6, we win the second combat. If he spends 4, we win the first combat. So if I'm Nordic, I do this battle first, and I probably bluff it, hoping that I Crimea, me, saves all the power for the so he's got to hit 5 on the nose to get both battles, is what we said. Remember, we're trading to get the rest of our food, not producing. If you're producing to get like the worker star or something like that to end the game, you went low. So we keep the factory. Now, of course, we're going to lose this one. It's interesting. It gives me, oh, he has a combat card. Okay, yes, we'll take it. Just, you know, because. Yeah. I suppose we could have lost 2 battles and then won with like one of the lowest point totals ever. No popularity, no power, but that is game. All right, guys, that's Industrial Crimea in 14 rounds. So it's a good board for Crimea. It's not, I mean, to tell you how strong Crimea is, I feel like Industrial is one of the weaker boards for Crimea, and it can still just roll through the game and end the game in 14 turns. The only Crimea board that I think can't end the game in 14 turns is probably Mechanical. At least I haven't figured out a way to do it with Mechanical yet. Not to say there isn't one. But thanks for watching. Let's queue another one up. Be right back. I'm going to grab a drink real quick while we're waiting for the lobby to fill up. Great finish, Rezen. Thanks, Rezen. Appreciate it. That really worked out well for us. I think Industrial is probably one of the harder mats to end in 14 turns. I'm trying to think back how it would be. I mean, it could be faster, right? But it would have to be just perfect. We could have done 13 turns. But I think we got 2 combats in 1 move, didn't we? Yeah, we hit Polania. We bluffed Polania and then took Nordic's combat card and took them out. So, in theory, if there'd been somebody on that village we moved to get the worker star, if we could have gotten 2 combats on the movement where we moved out prior to getting the worker star, we could have produced the mech and then ended the game there. And that would have been... We lost one. We would have produced and gotten the worker star. We wouldn't have needed to move, and we could have gone straight to the enlist. So it would have been, I think it would have been 13 turns. Come on, guys. Let's get a 4-person. All right, I'm going to give it 10 seconds. If they don't come back in 10 seconds, we're just going to go. Albion with Crimea's picture. Patriotic plus have at least $20 at the end of your turn should be very doable. Not a bad objective for this board in combination. And we go first with the patriotic board, because Rusviet has mechanical and Crimea has agricultural. It's really rare to get first with the patriotic board. Okay, we're going to trade for 2 oil to start off. Rusviet produced, of course Rusviet produced. This is agricultural, so Crimea should produce. There, it looks like they're producing, but very slowly. Crimea glitched out. Oh, you know what he did? He accidentally pressed the little resource and then produced with it, I guess. Wow, that really throws off his game. Okay, I'm gonna move this worker over here. Move the character to here. Not gonna place a flag, never place them adjacent to home base, remember. Gonna pay 2 oil. We're gonna get our upgraded move, and we're actually gonna upgrade our enlist first. And now next turn we can produce 2 food and get our first enlist, and with a turn 2 enlist for combat cards, we're actually going to benefit from all 4 of Crimea's enlists and all 4 of Rusviet's lists, plus the bonus we get from the two combat card bonus. That's 10 combat cards right there, plus 3 more from our enlists. So that's what, 13 combat cards? That's not going to be any issue. We've also got the Power Star. Not the Power Star. We've got our Bolster over our Deploy. You were already at A coin. We've got our bolster over our deploy, and we're going to attempt to get all these mechs. So we're going to trade for 2 oil again, because now we're going to upgrade our bolster and we're going to make the mechs cheaper. Then we'll move a worker to the village and the character to the village. And basically we're hoping to get food or metal off of this encounter, essentially. Food would be great. We could turn around and produce for an enlist. Metal would be great. We'd be in a position to start getting mechs pretty quickly. I didn't even look. We have northern advantage too, which would really not be that hard. There's this oil, there's this tundra here, there's a tundra here, and then it's just a little hop over the tunnel to another one. So you just take Burrow to here. But this is Crimea's territory, so he could always load this up with 2 or 3 mechs, and it would take us forever to get to that tundra. So I think get rich or cry trying is just going to happen. It'd be pretty crazy to have the patriotic board and not have 20 coin. So how do we have a chance against agricultural Crimea or Rusviet? Well, the way we have a chance is we're going to hope that they both attempt to rush the game. And let's not forget to flag that. Sometimes I see this light up and I get excited and I don't flag the village. I'm going to leave that guy in food. Come on. That is definitely not what we wanted out of an encounter. I mean, I could do this right here, but honestly, we want these actions for the coin. Oil gives us 2 more upgrades in addition to the one we already have. We can make our mechs cost 1. We're going to do this. And we're going to place the flag. You see me go for that right there? Careful, careful. Boy, it would have been nice to have some food or metal, but no dice. So we hope they rush the game, and when you rush the game as Rusviet or Crimea, we know what stars you're going to get. You're going to get your mech star. You're going to get the enlist star. You're going to get 2 combats. You need an objective. And the worker star as your 6th star. If you can get the power star, and agricultural Crimea can, then you only need 1 combat. Rusviet's mechanical is not going to get the power star. We can't talk too much on our turns. Because he's not upgrading his bolster, and he's going with 8 workers, which means he's going to sit there and enlist a bunch of times, and then come back and enlist for his metal, and then he's just going to get... He's going to spend 4 power producing. Okay? 3 times on food and once on metal. So he's going to spend 4 power producing. Then he has 3 right now. He's going to spend 3 more. So that's 0. He's going to get 2 off the enlists. And then he's going to make 3 more mechs, which will give him 6. So he'll have like 8 power tops. So he'd have to turn around and bolster like 4 times to get the power star. Crimea is a different ball of wax. He's all thrown off because he didn't. Well, he's at 8 workers and he doesn't have any metal or anything. Okay, he's gonna upgrade his deploy, I guess. And let's get ourselves some power. No one's near us to fight us, but it'd be nice to have anyway. So what are we gonna do now? We have enough food. For 1 more enlist. So let's trade this turn for the last food we need and a metal. Okay, let's think this out real quick. 2 more produces with these villagers here gets us the worker star. 2 more produces also gets us the enlist star. So long as we have 4 more food. 2 produces with that worker there gives us 2 food. Trading for 1 more gives us a food. So we trade, we produce, but then what? Then we trade for more metal, so we have it. And then start moving between bolster and move. No, because we want to move twice. I'm gonna take the coin. Combat cards are not going to be an issue. We're probably not going to take coin again. So let's go for this. Produce. Let's go for the popularity one in case we need it later. Because we're going to get another encounter. In the meantime, Rustviet just keeps sending us cards. Rustviet's at what, 3 enlists now? Yeah. Can't beat Rustviet to their enlists. Mia's about to get their first enlist. Wow. First enlist for Crimea in round 9? That's horrible for them. And good for us, I guess. Yeah. No one's building buildings. 13 going, 7 more to go for our objective, and we haven't even built a mech. So this time we're going to trade for a metal and a food. Then we're going to produce again, get our last enlist, build our rally mech, and then move this guy to here. Move our character to here and get the encounter. And probably bring 3 workers with, leave 1 worker behind on that spot. Not 3 workers, 6 workers, because we'll have the workers start at that point. So, what do we say? Food and a metal. How's the score going, guys? We're right there with them. Rustfeet's a little ahead of us, but we've got as much coin as Mechanical Rust, and we haven't even gotten to the main part of our coin generation yet. There's another coin. Of course, he gets it too, so it's kind of a wash, but helps us get our objective. Poor Crimea. That not getting that food, I think, just completely derailed his game. Because this right here is just madness. It's round 10. Crimea has 1 enlist, 1 mech. Yeah, he's just thrown for a loop. Tried to correct course, and I guess it didn't go well. Alright, that's enlist number 2. This is 2 stars for us right here. $16 coin. That probably put us in the lead. Yep, we are in the lead. And the reason I didn't spend the popularity on the recruit earlier is because I wanted the coin off of doing the recruit. And I kind of want to get to tier 2. Because even if I have 1 more popularity off this enlist, I can spend 1 trade action to get to 7. So the name of our game has to be Combat Denial. The Rustfeet upgraded his bolster, which is why he has more than the 8 power we were talking about. Oh. He didn't do what I expected to do. Okay, he's going to produce on that metal instead of back here. In a 3-person game where the board is exceedingly safe, that's really a good way to do it. Okay. And we really don't want to move anybody else. And do that just in case we get Rusty's probably in the lead with that spread now. It's tied. Just in case we get more oil off this encounter. We're only 2 upgrades away from the upgrade star. If we're offered oil in this next encounter, we might just take it. Oh, there's a... Oh, there's a... Okay. Another combat card. Now he's up. So we've got to keep Rusviet from getting combats. Crimea is not helping. He's just running out all Leroy Jenkins on us. But what we need to do in this game is we need to slowly creep our way up the board and keep our character and our mechs stacked in basically the same place, leaving a trail of workers and flags behind us to grab territory. So what we're going to do this time, we should have moved the second worker to there last time we moved, because then we could move that worker to here, rally to him with 2 guys. So what we're going to have to do now is we're going to have to leave this spot empty. That's unfortunate. We're holding serve with mechanical Rusviet, so we feel really good about that. We'll leave 1 behind, so when we do a move action later, we can use the extra move to take it to there. So we'd like metal, we'd like oil, we're going to get the power star and the mech star. We don't want to do this because we get lots of coin from deploying our mech. We're going to take the 2 popularity, and we're not going to hit in turn before we place our flag. Rusviet cannot hit us yet. We're going to trade for 2 metal next turn. I think is what we're going to do. See, that's Rusviet. He's got 4 stars now. He's going to end the game, Crimea. What are you doing? Problem is, I think he moved this guy here to go for us. So with Crimea here, and there, we got good cards. And Rusviet can only hit us with a mech and a worker with People's Army. We just have to hope that our cards are better than his if he attacks us. Here comes the Rusviet attack. Got the power star. Depending on what his objective is, he's probably just going to end the game right here. It's easy for him to take over Crimea, take over the factory, have the most coins. We have to hope he has terrible objectives. But he can still just hit Crimea there and there. So I don't know what he's waiting on. You know what we should have done? Instead of trading the 2 metal? It wouldn't have mattered. Tier 2 would have given us 8 coins and put us at 50, but he ends the game. He gets more than 50 just off the 2 stars. 2 stars without any additional territories puts him at 52. Yep. The other one to here, probably. Or this one. I would take this one, drop a worker here, take a worker with me. Well, he didn't do that optimally, but it doesn't matter. So I said we hope they rush the game, and we hope we can deny Rust-Viet combats, which we couldn't do because Crimea did not cooperate. Now Rust-Viet can play 2 cards to Crimea's 1 again. See, if Crimea hadn't exposed themselves like that, Rust-Viet would have had to attack us. They could have gotten 1 star max. And we had a 4 and a 5. So we could have won that combat, come right back, bolstered, and put a 3rd guy right there. But Crimea basically handed Rust-Viet some free stars. But that's okay. That happens. That happens. Rust-Viet played well. He was helped by easy combats. He was also helped pretty significantly by the encounter where he picked up the 2 oil, because he was able to upgrade his bolster on his next movement, and that's what gave him enough power to get the power star. So he didn't need his objective. Now his objective might have been easy. It might have only taken him 1 turn to get it, like something like, well, I had 3 tundras, so he didn't have that one. But it could have been something like 3 farms or 3 tunnels, just something that literally would have taken him 1 more turn to get. But we don't really know. It is hard to beat Rust-Viet in a 3-player game. It really is. There's just so much territory that's available, and Relentless being able to use the same action over and over and over again means in the in-game Rust-Viet can move. And in a 3-player game, there's just so much territory available that Rust-Viet can just completely gobble it up. All right, we got 3. Let's see if there are any other games about to end. This one is about to end. The spectate is sometimes a little delayed. This guy may have actually be coming out of that game. There we go. Oh, or 5. I don't want 6. That's you, right, Roseanne? Yep. All right. That's what I thought. Well, now we've got Rust-Viet. Sunder for the win over there has Crimea. Oh, we have mechanical too. All right. No Saxony in this game. Oh, but our objectives are terrible. We're gonna have to try to get the power star. Crimea has innovative. I've never lost with innovative Crimea. I think I'm 5-0 or 6-0 or something with innovative Crimea. It's really strong. All right, who goes first? Nordic engineering. All right, we go second. We go before Crimea. That's good. Tagawa's going to start with a produce. Be interesting to see what Tagawa Militant does. I played around with that board quite a bit and not been able to come up with any sort of opening that I like. See what Sunder here does with innovative Crimea. He's a good player. Keep tabs on his turns. Innovative Crimea, this is the strongest combo in the game right now. I think it's stronger than Mechanical Rustfiat if it's played correctly. Can't go wrong with the produce there. It enlists a little bit slower. And the Tagawa with the militant board is probably going to go for enlist, so that's of a lot of benefit to Crimea, and that's going to help him out. Of course, he would just as soon not have Tagawa as his neighbor and have us instead. And then because he knows we're going to enlist. So if this was me, I'd move the worker to there. Really? Okay. I don't know why you don't go over there, man. There's no Albion in the game. Thanks for watching tonight, guys. If you want to get notified when new videos come up or when I'm streaming, just click that subscribe button. And you have to toy around a little bit with your YouTube settings, I think, to make it work, but you should get notifications. It obviously doesn't cost anything to just subscribe. It really just means that my videos and live streams and stuff go into your YouTube feed, so you see them when they go up. And I'm watching chat too if anybody has any questions or anything. It's kind of quiet in the chat tonight, which is fine. Fine. All right, Crimea, what are you going to do? You're going to trade for some food? Okay. That makes sense. So you're going to produce again. After this, get to 3 food. Trade for 2 metal and then produce again? Maybe? I'm looking forward to seeing it. No, he's going to go ahead and do the produce. Wait, is that what we said he was probably going to do? Yeah, produce. Then what, trade for 2 metal and produce again to get to 8 workers, get his mech, and then get ready to move. Get that enlist. Plenty got an upgrade. Nordic might trade for 2 oil again. Means that when he produces the next 2 times, he'll be able to get those upgrades. Okay, we're gonna get a Riverwalk mech. The strongest bottom row action star in the game, hands down, is the enlist. The one-time enlist bonuses are huge. If you think about combat cards, you get 2 just for that enlist to begin with. And then, on top of that, you get tons more if your neighbors enlist. You get 3 more from your enlist, so that's a total of 5 combat cards. And then up to 8 more off your neighbors' enlists. So Tagawa has the militant board. They've already gotten out 2 enlists, which is amazing because that means Crimea is going to miss out on those combat cards. It's not amazing that we're missing out on the combat cards, but because Crimea is using them to fuel his economy, he's going to have a greater shortage of them than we will. I really thought he was going to trade for 2 metal there and then produce. Huh. Okay, I see. Okay. By doing that, next turn he doesn't have to trade for metal. He can just go ahead and produce, get his worker star, and then get his mech. And then what? He trades for 2 food, or does he just go ahead and move and not have the bottom row action? We'll have to see. There's some videos out there that suggest that getting a mill in round 3 is really powerful. I don't think that's true anymore. I think once upon a time that might have been true in this game, but it's too slow. It dedicates too many moves to something that basically a worker and an upgrade could do just as efficiently. All right. We don't have a mech down there. We don't have a mech down there. Nobody has mechs in this turn, in this game. So we're just going to make life a little harder for Nordic here, because why not? It's also going to allow us to do what we saw Sunder do in the last game, and that is rather than move back to the oil space, move forward to a different one. Okay. If we did that, we would build a monument, which would give us 3 popularity back, so that'd be a gain of 1 popularity, but we could get 2 power and a pop there. So let's think this through. We're going to produce 4 times and spend 4 popularity. 3 popularity isn't going to get us to tier 2. So we're going to go 2 power and 1 popularity, because as bad as our objectives are, we're going to need to go for that power star. Let's see what Crimea is going to do, and then let's do the math like we thought they were going to produce. So the question is, next turn, do they trade 2 food? So when they move, they can use a combat card to get a second enlist, or do they just go ahead and move and then start up their economy? All right, we have 6 power. We're going to produce 4 times. That gets us to 2. We're going to make 3 mechs. That gets us to 8. Unfortunately, since we didn't get oil off of this. We'd have to spend 2 turns to get an upgrade. So if we leave 3 workers behind, and move 3 workers to metal, we could alternate between food, between enlist and deploy. And what that's going to let us do is going to move us down to 6, then up to 8, and down to 7, then up to 9, down to 8, then up to 10. We want your oil, Tagawa. If I spend 2 turns getting an upgrade, if I spend 2 turns getting an upgrade, I can get myself to 13 power and then spend 1 more turn, but that's 3 turns to get a star. We got to do a wolf among the sheep. We should be able to pull it off, right? Actually, it shouldn't be as hard as I was thinking it would be. We just leave 1 worker behind, move the character up. We're going to have a ton of food there anyway. Missed out on what Crimea did. Looks like they spread out their workers 3 and 4. So the new plan is to produce 1 more time, which will give us enough metal to buy a mech. We'll put it here. Then we'll move and we'll take, because we need, how much metal are we going to need, guys? We're going to need 6 more metal for 2 more mechs. 1, 2, 3. We can take 6 workers away from this spot, drop 1 here, put 5 here, move the worker to here. We'll get wolf among the sheep. We'll have some spread. Then we produce here and here and create our last 2 mechs. Easy peasy. Glad we didn't mess around with that power star. This is gonna, and the upgrades, this is gonna be much better. A wolf among the sheep is usually such a hard objective to get because you need to control a territory with a character, 1 mech, 1 worker, and at least 5 resources. Well, how do you get 5 resources on a spot that only has 1 worker? You sure as all get out can't produce them there. Nordic's doing upgrades. We just got to remember to put our mech up here where it won't work. I usually put it down here, so don't let me forget. Or it's rip. What's the score look like right now? We are ahead. The innovative board can be a little bit light on coin. I feel like that's its only downside. You don't go for upgrades, and so far he's not going for upgrades. But he is kind of rushing the factory. He's also light on power, which is another downside of the innovative board. A board that's considered extremely OP and doesn't have many downsides. So on the other hand, the militant board has tons of coin, but also doesn't have a ton of power. What did he get? 4 oil. So he's going to try to get some coin. He's at 3 popularity. So we don't have to worry about tier 2 from Crimea in all likelihood. How's Tagawa doing? Trailing a bit. Yeah, I don't like that militant board for Tagawa. So why do we have 9 food here? We have 9 food so we can move off of food. And when we produce to make the metal we need for our mechs, we do our last enlist. So instead of producing one more time and enlisting, and then coming down here and producing again on metal, we can knock out the enlist and getting our metal all in one turn. It's a nice little trick inside that you can use in a lot of places, in a lot of scenarios, and that is if you have slightly more workers than you need and they build up a surplus, you can move to something else and go ahead and do whatever that action is that's under your produced for the last time. And we need speed mech, and we need it here. Getting any more combat cards from Tagawa, we'll get 1. Might not get any from Nordic, we kind of stole his farm. But it's good we stole his farm, because it's going to enable us to do what we're about to do and get our objective. Here comes Crimea's 3rd mech. It's closing the gap a little bit. So is Polania, who has a nice amount of coin but hasn't really done a whole lot. What's he been doing? Upgrading. He's been trading and upgrading. Crimea has less power than us. They do have scout, but they can't attack us if we move to here. So we need to not mess this up. We need to leave the resources because we need a character, a mech, a worker, and at least 5 resources. Move 1 worker here, and then 5 here, plus that gives us 6 metal, which is what we need. And the character goes to here. And move. And that, my friends, is a wolf among the sheep. Boom. So we've got the objective star. Crimea move this turn. Yes, they can, but they can't move next turn. So we'll be able to, that is, unless they go to the factory here, which they might do. But they don't have enough power to attack us and try to take our metal here. They're not going to move anyway. So no one can attack us right now, so we're fine to have our metal out in the open. And we'll immediately get People's Army afterwards and put it right here. And at that point, we can play 3 combat cards sitting on this spot. So it's going to be really hard to attack us. Crimea is the only one with 3 units that can attack. They do have an upgraded move action now, but they don't have 7 power, and they only have 3 combat cards. Of course, they'd steal one with Scout, but still, they're not going to win a battle at this point. Not against 3 units. Or rather, 2 units and 2 mechs and a worker. Workers are technically units. I meant combat units. Nordic should not have gone for our village. We didn't have to do anything to them. I mean, they should have built a mech up here early, right? And tried to scare us into playing nice. I guess we still could have done this if we had to come back here. We just wouldn't be spread out quite as much right now. Checking in on everybody's power situation. Now that's bizarre. What are we doing? Just trying to deny me combats? That in list number 3 or 4? List number 4. What was the objective? You guys see it? It's too fast. Must have been stockpile. It's the only explanation for that motley combination of resources there. Stockpile for the winner, have at least 9 resources all in one space, and at least 1 of each type. That was a nice little turn for them. They're at 3 stars too. I think they made a mistake though, we'll see. See if Polania moves. I know we said that we were going to put it there, but no one can actually hit us now. So we're actually going to put it right here. and but this is round 12. We just went. Don't hold me to this, but this game might be over in round 14. Assuming we're still ahead and we have the coin to do it. Crimea is still short on tier 2. Polani is substantially behind us. Sagawa's power situation. Sagawa can't move next turn. So Tagawa only has 6 power. Polania has 8. But I don't think it matters that much. We have 9 power, so we can throw 5 and 4. And we just have to get to 12 twice. So 2 4s gets 4 to 12. And a 5 and a 3 gets 5 to 13. It can't move up a tier with that objective. Nothing particularly relevant is going to happen there. Tagawa cannot move and counterattack us. Crimea is down by 5 coins despite having more stars. We don't want to battle on a tunnel because Crimea will have the chance to come back and fight us. So we're actually going to go for Crimea, even though they might take one of our cards. Because they can't come back and fight us in that spot or that spot. We're going to do this battle first over here and use our 5. That way we can be sure Crimea doesn't take the 5. Might as well use our good cards because Crimea can take. We should have enough power to guarantee victories in both of these without any trouble. And again, we didn't go for Polani because they were on a tunnel and we could have been counterattacked. He didn't take the 4. Yeah, moving that guy out there all by his lonesome didn't work out for Crimea. So what's our lead? 14 coin. Polania could bump a worker. Tagawa can't move. Crimea can move, but can't attack us. No factory card. They can attack Polania. But Polania would win. Oh, they could double team Polania. Does Crimea have an objective still outstanding? No, they've gotten their objective. They can't end the game. But we can with this medal right here. And no one can take it away from us until it's our turn again. All right. There's the one combat they can get. It's close, but it's not enough. And here's a little trick when don't be afraid to skip the bottom row action. We're not going to bolster this turn because we're ending the game, so we don't need the power. So we can skip straight to here, just spend the 3 metal and get 3 coin instead of losing a coin and getting 3 coin. Sometimes you win on a tie. Sometimes you lose if it was a tie, but you win by 1 coin. Nordic can't do anything relevant. Seven coin lead. All right, guys. This is a good game. All right. That is Mechanical Rusviet in 14 turns. And appreciate you guys watching. The game went well for us. And I think we can play one more. Yeah, let's play one more. At least if we can get started quickly. Yeah, we took down Crimea Innovative. A nice accomplishment if we do nothing else worthwhile tonight. We've actually had 2 14-round games today. Had the 14 round Crimea Industrial, and now the 14 round Scythe Mechanical. Yeah, I gotta remember those traps. Creamy Todd. All right. Why is the video frozen? Oh no, the video's been frozen for a while. Oh gee whiz. Okay, Albion produced 2 food. Alright, we are Saxony Militant. What are we gonna do? Polani's Industrial. In my opinion, they're already off on the wrong foot. This is not how I would start Industrial. You want to start getting metal soon and quick. Yeah guys, I'm sorry about the video freeze. I don't know why that happened. I was haven't been having those issues lately. I'm really kind of bummed about it because that was a great finish to that Rusty game. I'm sorry you guys missed it. Made a playlist today of 14 turn games, And I thought we were going to add two to it tonight, the mechanical Scythe and the Crimea industrial, but can't make a separate video out of it if the whole ending's locked up. Alright, we traded for 2 metal, and then we produced. We could have done it in the opposite order, but the long and short of it now is that we have the metal to make our first mech. Albion's already got their first enlist, so they're not a vulnerable target. We're Saxony though, so we need to be looking to see who is. Nordic is patriotic. I have been seeing Nordics lately who, for whatever reason, with the patriotic board, do not build mechs, which is a mistake. It's just too much coin to pass up on. Scythe and Crimea are not in this game, so our job is going to be bully. We move a worker to here, move our character to here, and get our speed mech. I'll be right back, guys. So I literally put an ice pack underneath my computer to keep it from getting too hot when I stream, and I'm changing it out right now. So we got to produce out of Albion. Polania built the mill, which really I think that first building should be a mine to get off the base. So why did we move the workers there? Well, because we were going to trade for oil anyway, so it saved us a coin. So what are these objectives? That's always disheartening. Should we go for enlists, guys? Try to stay at 3 workers? Get to the factory? Should we just do what we were going to do and try to have more combats? We're going to bolster and get an upgrade next time, and what I would normally do is I'd go move and deploy, trade for 2 metal, and then move and get another mech. We don't really need the move to distribute our workers. Pfeiffer, I was surprised you didn't double oil for the upgrade to get 2 metal mechs. I was surprised you didn't double oil for the upgrade. Get 2 metal mechs. Oh. Trade oil, move. Trade oil. All right. Also, speed as a first mech when you can't get off the island is surprising, but you clearly have winning strategies. Speed is nice. It helps you distribute your workers. It's you can't really get off the island effectively until you have 2 mechs anyway. One of them's speed and one of them's underpass. Could be river walk, but usually underpass. So what are we doing here? I'm not sure what to do here, guys. I think we're going to get in lists. All right, since we have machine over muscle, we may regret this, but we're actually going to go for it. We're going to go with 3 workers for a little while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide these workers up between these 2 hexes with 1 move and move the character to the encounter with the other move. Hopefully we get metal off of that encounter. That would be absolutely awesome. Nordic is going to go for mechs. Before we do that, let's go ahead and trade for food and get an enlist. We're going to go with this first. And normally I go combat cards, but my combat cards are awesome. So now that we've got our first enlist, now we'll move and we'll get to that encounter. And hopefully we get metal off the encounter, either $2 for 4 metal or some option that lets us get 3 resources. And we'll go ahead and get a nice amount of coin off the second mech and have the second mech out. One produce gets us to 3 workers. And then 1 move action moves 3 workers to this mountain. It will also, if we got lucky and we got metal off the encounter, allow us to start taking our character toward the factory. So move, produce, move again. At that point, we're up to 4 mechs and an objective. That's if we get lucky and get metal off of this. So that's what we're hoping for. I'm sorry, Pfeiffer. I'm not sure what you mean by I was surprised you didn't double oil for the upgrade to get 2 metal mechs. There may have been a more efficient way to do that than what I did, but If you got a better way to open with Saxony Militant, I'd love to know it. This is not a combination I've played a lot, so can't claim that I'm being perfectly optimal here. Albion still doesn't have his combat cards, and he's moved up to here. So when we move, we're going to make sure that we leave the mech here, and the character goes to here. And if we get metal off this encounter, turn after next, we're gonna move up. I thought Albion got an enlist super early. He did, but he went for the coin enlist, and I guess he got power, which is a mistake. Get those combat cards if you're Albion. We're going to rush up there just as fast as we can. He's got the engineering board, so he's probably going to move some workers here and produce pretty soon. The reason we have speed here, we moved the worker here to save the coin and produce the double oil for the upgrade. The reason to get speed is now we can move all the units in one move to where we want them. Whereas if we had just had the triple move, we'd have to leave either the mech right here, or we'd have to leave a worker on oil if we wanted the encounter. I don't guess that's true. The mech could take one worker to a spot, so never mind. It's just usually better in like just about every board to get speed first with Saxony. Because with a lot of boards, you're getting speed, and then you're moving. Your first move with the character takes you all the way to the encounter. With this one, you have to move to get the mech, so that's not the case. Alright guys, this is going to have a big impact on this game for us. This is not terrible. We much rather would have had metal, but this is not going to hold us back too much. Nordics. I'm not sure what Nordic's doing over here. But he's on a farm now, and Polania has food on the ground. Well, Pfeiffer, now I'm wishing I had underpass. But I had no idea Albion was just going to charge down straight down the map with no combat cards. Gonna forgo the enlist that turn. Stay where you are, Albion. We like where you are. Oh man, we're gonna miss by one move. He's gonna get his combat cards very next turn. Yeah, Pfeiffer, I might go, next time I play this this board combination, I might go underpass first. Nordic has it in a list, so he's got his combat cards. Do I want to move this worker over here? I don't think I want to give up on the... No, I'm going to leave him there. We are not winning. Okay, so we've got a filler action until we can attack. Nordic has 4 power and 2 combat cards. Who's a threat in this game? Nordic is our biggest threat, probably. Thunder is quite good. He's winning. So we want to push this mech back to base, because if we push this mech back to base, he doesn't have Seaworthy right now. We're going to go for our combat card in list. Get some more combat cards. He's going to get Seaworthy next turn. I hope he gets artillery. He might go artillery. Alright, we're up to 6 combat cards. That's good. So here's the question, what does Nordic do? He should probably deploy his Seaworthy mech. That way if he loses a battle here, he's not going to be knocked all the way to base. Could also move it somewhere that I can't get it. Pretty much just have to be the factory. Can't get anywhere else with it that I can't reach. Having the mech at the factory does... Okay, he's building the mech. Seaworthy. Figured as much. Alright, he's got 7 and 5 right now. Alright, that was good. Threw down 2 middle of the road cards, the ones we got off that enlist, in fact. We got a combat star out of it. Getting mechs after moving is always a drag at that board. Okay, this is Pfeiffer. 2 metal for 4 coins is very nice, and getting a free mech out of the deal is also fun. Getting mechs after moving is always a drag on that board. Upgrades on bolster also feels in the wrong place, and building is so expensive it just feels nothing synergizes well on it. I think you just need to learn to play it better. I can learn to play everything better. In fact, I intend to. Whose turn is it? Nordic? Boy, he's got a lot of coin. It's that patriotic board. Albion still just has 1 combat card. Yeah, the encounter didn't help us much either. I mean, the upgrade was nice, but getting metal off of it, or even food, because then we could trade for metal and use the enlist, would have been awesome. Okay. He's going into combat denial mode. Yeah, I think our start was too slow. Ouch. That hurts if you're Albion. 3 stars from Nordic. They're really cooking, aren't they? But it's combat worker. It's the 3 easiest, quickest stars to get in the game. So we're not too worried yet. Yes, we are going to get the enlist star this game. Albion's got the one combat card, but that's it. Going to the factory next turn. Guys, I'm going to show you my combat cards real quick. Isn't that nuts? Okay, what's Albion do? Is he going to waste a turn bolstering? Get to 3 power? I hope he produces. That would be amazing. So presumably, Pfeiffer, so presumably trade or produce, then factory move to encounter, or just take combats. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You guys ready for 3 stars? 3-star turn, right here. It's just going to be, I mean, we're going to be able to end this game before anybody else. It's just going to be a question. It's just going to be a question of whether we can get to enough coin. So we're going to have to start producing. Because we're going to have to get workers and we're going to have to spread them out. I overspent, but I could afford to do it. This is the ticket right here. That's how we get our mechs. Thank you, game warnings. All right, bye-bye bot. Well, there goes our last combat star. Where are we at now, point-wise? Oh, wow, we're almost there. Okay, so what are our last 2 stars? Combat and enlist, right? he was wise to put in artillery. Nordic's coming for the factory. I fear. Oh, Albion came out. The bot came out. Enlist and mech, Pfeiffer, enlist and mech might be easier than taking Nordic in a fight. Yeah, the only problem with that is I need 2 mechs. So if he takes the factory, what I will do is I will bump this worker. I will attack Albion. And I will move my character out to here. He didn't. Okay. We can still do this, right? And I'm gonna move off the factory because he can take it. And basically take it at will. There's a problem with getting to 5 stars when you're Saxony. Unless you're ahead. Are we ahead? No, we're not. Dang it. We could end the game right there. But we'd lose. Mm. If I'd moved that guy to the factory and moved him off the factory, I couldn't have known that was going to be there, but wow. All right, we're up by 1 coin. He's going to throw the combat is what he's going to do. The problem is it's just going to net us 3 coins, and that's going to tie to him. The first tiebreaker is units. He has 3 mechs and 5 workers. We have 2 workers and 3 mechs. Kind of surprised he did that. So that's the problem with getting to 5 stars of Saxony. You have to lose both fights. The good news is the game's not over. Still needs 1 more mech. And I'm guessing his objective's not particularly easy, or he would have done it by now. Gotta go quickly with my turns though. So I've only got 1:45 left. Nordic can only move using a factory card this turn. It's a mech factory card. Which means he can get his 5th star this turn. Oh, nope, objective. Good game. Good game. We'll do one more if you guys want to do one more. The problem was we shouldn't have gone for machine over muscle in that round. We could have won that game, but we tried to do the 3 workers, but we couldn't end it quite fast enough to but yeah, we couldn't end it fast enough is what it really came down to. That patriotic board accumulated enough coin fast enough that we couldn't create enough spread to end the game quick enough and be ahead. Who do we have? Okay, we've got Polania. Despised warmonger. We might be able to get roll your sleeves up with the common man with Polania. And clicked out before we got to Respite. Patriotic. Gawa's industrial, Saxony's mechanical. Albion's engineering. Patriotic Respite is probably the strongest option in the game. It's unfortunate we have the agricultural board. It really is. Our power's over enlist, though. We could go for being a despised warmonger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move, then I'm going to trade for metal, then I'm going to move again. Hopefully I can get a mech. I'd love to see 3 popularity for a mech if we're going to go for despised warmonger. And then the next turn I'll trade for 2 metal again and build a mech. So this start, move in turn 1, trade for 2 metal in turn 3. I'm sorry. Move in turn 1, trade for 2 metal in turn 2. Move to encounter in turn 3. Trade for 2 metal and get a mech in turn 4. If we can get a mech off of our encounter, we'll be on the factory on turn 5. Which would be just absurdly good. We'd beat Albion to this encounter. I mean, we could steal that from Tagawa if they're not pretty on top of things. But we'll see. We got to get lucky with our encounter. Saxony's mechanical, which is a good board for Saxony, but it's not the fastest board for Saxony. Albion's not rushing to this max. Gotta watch Sunder down there. He's shown he's a strong player tonight. Saxony likes to pick on Polania. Although with Tagawa in the game, Tagawa's an easy early target. Going for wood first is a interesting choice for Tagawa, considering he's got the industrial board. Two wood, not quite enough to do the bottom row action. It's a bummer. And does he remember to do a... No, he did not do a trap token. Alright guys, moment of truth, here it is. This is actually a good one for us. This is what we were expecting. But we're going to get 4 power, which is well on our way to becoming a despised warmonger. We're going to get under 3 popularity or less with this, which we need to do. We're going to build a mine. Next turn we trade for 2 metal. We get our speed mech. So that was round 3. In round 4 we trade for 2 metal and get our speed mech. We get on this encounter in turn 5. Probably produce in round 6, and we're on the factory in round 7. So that's a good start. 7 turns to the factory is not terrible. 8 is kind of meh, 7 is good, 6 is great, 5 is like hitting a hole in one. I don't think I've ever been in on the factory in 5 turns, but you get the right encounter, it's definitely doable, as we showed. Alright, Saxony's coming up with their first mech here. Nope, not yet. You know, if we get one of those, is there a encounter that gives you 5 popularity? I don't think there is. Because we just have to pass 1 coin. Okay, we're going to use 1 move to move the character down here and get the encounter. We're going to use the other move to move the worker over here. And what that's going to do is allow us the next turn to produce and go to 4 workers, so then we're only 1 produce away from the worker star. With Polania, I like to rush the worker star, and rather than trying to get your economy to run off of productions, actually get your economy to run off the encounters and the factory card. Getting a good factory card is key. If the factory's all junk, it's gonna be a hard row to hoe. Right, Tagawa, what are you doing? No power, no traps. What are we doing, Tagawa? Oh, there he goes. Use a trap, Tagawa. Use a trap. Something good, please. Okay, we were going to produce next turn, so we can get a building off of this. It's not a bad deal. Could also pay 2 popularity to get the oil. That would give us an upgrade. That would let us upgrade our bolster and our enlist. Okay, next turn we're going to produce, get a building. Neighbor Lakes is the bonus. Thankfully we got that worker too, because that's going to let us place the building, because it's the only worker we have that's not on space that has a building already. So what we're probably going to get is probably going to get the armory. The armory would allow us to get the mill here. 1 produce gets us to 7 workers. Is that right? No, if we get the mill here. Never mind. We have to produce before we can get the mill. That's not going to work. So we're going to go monument. We're going to go armory. That's it's the same encounter that we got last time with Saxony. Went for the 2 oil and the 1 pop. All right. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. We don't want 6. What do you think, guys? Armory or Monument? Say Armory. You guys want to attack Tagawa next turn? I mean, why not, right? He could throw everything at us. That would be a reason. Might hurt our ability to become a despised warmonger. So there's a good chance that if we don't, Saxony goes and hits him next turn. What's going on in Albion's world? Nothing much. They're gonna beat us to that encounter of theirs. Did Tagawa do anything yet? I'll just let him figure it out. We're not going to bring our workers, because there's a good chance Saxony's coming after us after this. We feel good about the 4. There's a good chance with only 2 combat cards, Tagawa doesn't have better than a 3. So even if they go all out, we might still win. There's also a good chance they consider this an unwinnable combat and just go 1 or throw a combat card, and it shouldn't be a 5. Alright, Tagawa, come on. Did I just DC? Hitting Tagawa slows you down. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to double team Tagawa. I was going to take the Mac. Okay, Tagawa on his screen. Alright, so we're not DC'd. Okay guys, I'm going to grab some more water. Alright, looks like we won the combat. It's good. Okay, what do we got here? We don't really love any of this, to be honest. I'd like to do that, but I don't know where the coin's going to come from. Oh, he left the game. Okay. We don't have that many combat cards. We don't have, I mean, we're going to have resources, but we're going to get our objective without that much trouble, so this doesn't help us that much. Fortunately, that card is not going to help us rush the game. We just really hurt Saxony's chances in this game by knocking Tagawa back. Not only does Saxony not get the star, cheap star for hitting Tagawa, but the bot is probably just going to camp on this spot and not even move out. It means he can't really farm Tagawa either. Albion's got to go get that encounter, right? Oh, he got the wrong one. It's ours. Nope. Saxony's gonna go hit him. Darn it. Oh, put a worker there. That was smart. That was a good move. So there's not even an encounter we can get without Submerge. So what are we gonna do here? We wanted to go to 8 workers, but there aren't enough encounters for us to pick up to really drive ourselves to a victory. Albion has locked down his. I really don't know why Saxony didn't do that in the opposite order. Oh, because the character was right there, of course. You come in with the last one too? Probably not. He just has to throw a 3 combat card, right? Why not, I guess? We can't go to 8 workers because then we can't produce. Hmm. Produce, that's 4 power. Bolster enlist, that's 7. Produce, that's 6. Bolster enlist, that's 9. Hmm. This is like what you don't do as Albion 101, is come out here and let Saxony and take this space and let Saxony hit you before you have any combat cards. Oh, sorry, Smug Skull. End. I apologize. I'm sure you won't do it twice. Saxony's probably going to attack us, right? Bring this character here, beat us in combat, and get a factory card. Nope. Anybody upgrading? He's upgrading. Our game is moving too slowly. Resent, appreciate the tips. Yeah, sorry, buddy. That was a little harsh. That was my bad. Pfeiffer. Trade for oil, move off the village to tundra, and upgrade move mech. Thought about that? Saxony's just going to bump those workers though, right? I mean, if he just bumps those workers, that's basically 2 turns that I've pretty much wasted. Probably should have taken a bottom row action factory card. Either going there or there, right? With this guy. All Tagawa's resources are free. Okay, he's gonna lock down the tunnels. He doesn't want to give me a combat. Yeah, we don't have a path to 6 stars, just period. So this game's not about stars anymore. This is about trying to get far enough ahead that we can force Saxony to give us the win. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, we use this every chance we get. That 3 coins is basically like getting a star every single time as far as coin totals go. Yeah, it's frustrating to be Albion and get beat up by Saxony. Yeah, 5 for what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to 8 workers, and then I'm going to start spreading out here. I mean, I don't think it's the greatest strategy, but it's strategy. Rezan, first time having that experience. Yeah, it's not fun. Saxony's got their eye on Albion like from the moment the game starts. And they're just waiting to get those first 2 mechs built and hoping that Albion doesn't get the combat cards before then because it's pretty cheap. It is a pretty cheap star. We really wish we had another mech here. We really wish we had our submerged mech. How much power does Sax have? He was more than us. He can move this turn. Let's see what he does. Is it time to attack the factory, Saxony? Not sure I can recover from that. Albion's got 2 combat cards. 5 power. The other 2 coming over here. No. See, he was always going to bump those. Oh, just one. It's a bluff, guys. It's got to be a bluff. Got him. Bought us a little bit of time, not much. Oops, do not have coins. Yeah, had that happen. We're up by 7, which is definitely in striking distance. The problem is that 7 is depending on the factory. Res and okay, there it goes. Saxony can end it this turn, right? No, he can't move this turn. We've got to get ourselves in a situation where he can't attack us twice. Unfortunately, we don't have submerged, so we can't go to lakes. We have to attack him. That's the only way. Oh, but he's not at 5 stars. Gosh, it's late. I'm tired. It's 2 a.m. here. I was hoping he would get to 5 stars so I could do this, but yeah. That did absolutely nothing. Wow, it's late. Well, there have been some ups and downs tonight. We won with Industrial Crimea in 14 turns. We beat Innovative Crimea with Mechanical Rusviet in 14 turns. And really stunk it up as Agricultural Polania. Rusviet's gonna come save the day. Sort of. We just threw 0 because we need that power to use our factory card. How much did that hurt? That hurt quite a bit. Okay, so we're down by 6. Three, 4, 5. I mean, Saxony still wins it here, though, right? He just has to move 2 mechs to the factory, and it's a good game. It is a good effort. I mean, yeah, that would do it too. Oh, he doesn't have a 5. That's what it is. He's got to attack him on the tunnel to bring his power down. But he could have hit the factory with 2 as well. Tagawa. All right, that's game. All right, guys. Well, that's getting beat by Mechanical Saxony in 15 turns. We got a video where we win with Mechanical Saxony in 15 turns. Now we've got one where we lose in 15 turns. Yeah, so that's what happens when you don't have any encounters with Polania and you don't play it well. But thanks for watching. Please subscribe. And gosh, it's 2 a.m. here. We got to call it. But like I said, we've had some good games. We've had a few bad games. But that's Scythe. That's how it goes. All right. Have a good night.